Window seat people, total dreamers. Style people, they lead the tribe. And finally, the back seat, the throne of darkness on the Flixbus. Whatever your seat personality, Flixbus has you covered. One wallet-friendly trip at a time. Book now. Do it!
Neste Mundial, a dar-te de jogos de alta qualidade, com os melhores equipamentos eletrodomésticos e tecnologia, aos melhores preços, nas lojas e em darti.pt.
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. GoDaddy gives you the tools, the expert support, and the push to make it real. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
He's coming back. Wrong gate. Might be the wrong gate. $1 million. I know you want it. Like $1 million. Like $1 million bucks. $3 million bucks. $3 million bucks. Like $1 million bucks. $3 million.
Dumbasses that got us into that war.
Like $1 million bucks.
Go back over there. They look like a dumbass. What are you doing here? Go back to your country and free. You both out of your phone.
Like
What aren't you making? What aren't you making? What aren't you making? What aren't you making?
like $3 million.
Now 2.5 miles? Yeah. They're not doing it.
If it wasn't raining,
Yeah, like kids are
I don't care if it was.
Y le escribieron a la gente que lo tenían.
I'm good about this joint.
Being inappropriate already. I haven't decided to join that.
Ja, men med det specifikt också.
I already got me. Thank you.
Like $1 million.
I know they did it in their function, pero también no sabía que tenían $1 million.
Got like $1 million.
Well, I mean, for me, that was
$1 million.
I know I put $1 on
Like $1 million.
Freedom, $1 million.
$1 million too.
What time you going?
Like a free souvenir, $1 million. Like $1 million.
Thank you.
Like $1 million. Free souvenir. $3 million. Like $3 million. million bucks. Like $1 million bucks. Like $1 million bucks.
I'll take another one. I got two.
You got like $1 million bucks. You got like $1 million bucks. Pretty good there. $1 million bucks.
That's the real one.
That's the real one. That's the real one. Like $1 million bucks. Alright, I'll take like $3 million bucks.
$3 million bucks.
Like $1 million bucks.
Hey, yo, nah.
Like $3 million bucks.
Every day? Yeah. I want to get one in front of this big stadium sign too.
Hit me right above my boy.
¿Cómo está?
Bien, bien. ¿Estás seguro que los daría y si sacan los que están? ¿Te van a entrar?
Mira entrada. Ahora somos los 6.
Yes. Have a good one. I hope you get it too. and Victor Lindelof, who skippers the side. Jesper Karlström provides some shelter, if you like, for that back three. And then four across midfield a little further up. Alexander Bernhardsson, Benjamin Nygren, Yasin Ayari and Gabriel Gudmundsson on that left-hand side, with the very potent strike force of Victor Gyökeres and Alexander Isak up top. For the Netherlands, one change for them, and I'll explain why I think that's happened when I get to him. They've got Bart Verbruggen in goal, a back four of Denzel Dumfries, Paul van Hecker, Virgil van Dijk and Mickey van der Ven. And then three in midfield, Ryan Gravenberch, Frankie de Jong and Tajani Reinders of Manchester City, with Daniel Marlon moving on to the right-hand side of the attack, Cody Gakpo on the left, and Brian Brobby brought in up front. That's the Sunderland striker, and I think that's about physicality. I think it's about the Netherlands having a beast up front, if you like, to combat the very strong physical Swedes in the back line. Well, Victor Lindelof and Virgil van Dijk, who know each other very well, are greeting each other in the middle. Just to say, we have an English referee on duty tonight, Michael Oliver, and he's assisted by two men who are very used to working with him, Stuart Burt and James Mainwaring. Tom Abongali of South Africa is the fourth official, and Jared Gile, another Australian who operates in the English Premier League, is in charge of the VAR hub this evening. So we're almost set for a crucial game in Group F. The Netherlands have had the better of the head-to-head between these two sides down the years. They've won 12 games to Sweden's 8, 6 have been drawn. There are only two meetings in championship football, if you like, or championship finals, have both ended goalless, despite the fact that they've produced 77 shots at goal between them in those two games. One of those occasions was the 1974 World Cup group stage, and that was the game that gave birth to the now famous Johan Cruyff turn, which many youngsters up and down many lands across the world have practiced ever since, perhaps without ever knowing the originator's name. But that's where it came from, the 1974 World Cup meeting between these teams. So we're almost ready. The Netherlands look like they're going to be the ones to kick us off. Kicking from left to right in the first half. We're waiting on Michael Oliver's whistle. He's having a last word with the Dutchman who's over the ball, and I think that's Frankie de Jong in this instance. There's about 5 Dutchmen lined up along the halfway line and getting ready to sprint forward, and we're underway. It's played back to Bart Verbruggen. He knocks it to this right-hand side. Dumfries is out-jumped by Gudmundsson on this occasion, and it's out of play on this near side for a throw to the Dutch, which Dumfries takes. It's over the head of Brian Brobby, and the Dutch were unable to pull it back from the dead ball line before it crossed over, and therefore it will be a goal kick to the Swedes to be taken by Christopher Nordfeldt. Only really established himself as number one just before the tournament. He certainly seems to be Graham Potter's preferred choice. Graham Potter, of course, one of 2 English managers at the competition. Quite a journey for him from the travails of being sacked by West Ham to being in charge of the Swedes and leading them to the World Cup finals. That despite them not winning a single game in their qualifying group. Here come the Netherlands though, attacking forward forcefully. Good challenge by Heen to intervene just as the Dutch were about to enter the opposition penalty area. And again, it's out on this near side for throw in to Sweden, playing in their traditional, well, not actually their traditional, I was going to say their traditional shirts, but it's not really, because it's blue shirts and yellow shorts, as opposed to the opposite way round. The Dutch in their famous orange. Foul given there for a foul on Alexander Isak on the halfway line. Here is Victor Lindelof. Now Heen playing it forward to Nygren, who lays it off. A bit on the far side, the Swedes. My apologies, everyone. I think we lost you briefly there. Hopefully you're back with us. Nothing much has been missed. It's a free kick to the Dutch for an offside. Offside against Victor Gyökeres. And the Netherlands have it through Mickey van der Ven. At the moment of Tottenham, but there are several suitors courting his attention, shall we say. Denzel Dumfries now on this near side, the Dutch right. But Paul van Hecker, who's just signed for Tottenham prior to the tournament beginning. Ending his spell at Brighton. Long ball forward here by the Netherlands, competing for it on that far side. But again, Heen does very well to police the ball out of play. I think it's gone out for a goal kick. Ronald Koeman, who was in the Netherlands team that got to the quarterfinals the last time the World Cup was in America in 1994. They eventually went out to the eventual champions Argentina by 3-2. Let's go and tell you a bit more about Ronald Koeman in 1994 as we go along. The ball is out of play on this near side. It's going to be a throw to the Dutch to be taken by Denzel Dumfries of Inter Milan. Here's Donyell Marlon, who finished last season also in Italian football at Roma, on loan from Aston Villa, but that move's now been made permanent before the tournament began. He was in the Netherlands back line. Virgil van Dijk, one of the little teasers of this game will be his battle with Alexander Isak, of course, Liverpool teammates. Here come the Netherlands. That's a great cross, and it's a goal! Brilliantly done! Brilliantly done! It was an attack down the left-hand side. The ball came across, and it's the man who's been brought in for this very game, Brian Brobby, who's arrived right on cue in the centre of the 6-yard box. And men like him don't miss from there. And the Netherlands have drawn first blood in the 5th minute. Netherlands 1, Sweden 0. Brian Brobby. Well, it all came from Robbie started it. He laid it off. It was played out to the left-hand side. And Cody Gakpo put a lovely ball into that corridor of uncertainty in the 6-yard box. And Brian Brobby got between defenders to slot the ball past a helpless Nordfeldt. And the Netherlands are in front. A lovely goal for Brian Brobby, who didn't play the first game, but his World Cup is now well and truly up and running. That's only his second goal in Netherlands colours in what is his 14th cap. But it's given the Netherlands the advantage. They strike first here at the home of the Houston Texans. Well, what have Sweden got with which to respond to that? Victor Lindelof plays it to Lager Bielka. Long ball forward, that's a good ball to it. Finds Gyökeres. Good shot from him and it's blocked by the legs of Verbruggen. Well, that's a good response from the Swedes. They're not going to take this line down. And they've got straight back at the Netherlands. Well, you shouldn't really be surprised about this because neither side has kept a clean sheet in recent times. The Swedes hadn't had one in 12 matches, and that's now 13. And the Netherlands haven't kept a clean sheet in any of their last 5. Corner was taken short, played down to Heen, but he miscontrols it. And it escapes over the dead ball line for a goal kick. As I say, the Netherlands haven't kept a clean sheet in any of the last 5 games. So don't be surprised if they concede as well. Heen was onside there. I don't agree with the assistant's flag. I don't think he was offside at all. But it was immaterial because he failed to control the ball. So it's a free kick to the Netherlands, which they kick long into the left-hand channel. Robbie heads it on, but there's nobody beyond him. And so it's easy enough for Lager Bielka to feed it back into the path of Nordfeldt. Well, the Swedes pretty much had it all their own way against the Tunisians on match day 1. I'm sure they didn't expect that to be the case here. But they now need to find their way back into this contest. Here's Broby again, holding the ball up well. He was pulled over backwards. And, the referees decided that's a free kick. Michael Oliver blowing up very quickly. That's what Broby does, though. That's why they've played him for that physicality. He's very good at holding the ball up and backing into you. He did it for Ajax in the Eredivisie before his transfer to Sunderland, and he's done it plenty for the men from the Stadium of Light. He's really something of a fan's favourite down that neck of the woods. Here come the Netherlands again, bursting into the penalty area. It's crossed in again. Just about hacked clear by the Swedes, who are looking very nervous in defence. Frankie de Jong pulls the ball out of the sky. And the Netherlands are on the ball again. Here's Van Hecker to Denzel Dumfries. Dumfries back inside. De Jong once more. Now to this near touchline. Back to halfway. Then Van Hecker. And Dijk gets involved. Hooked on down the left-hand touchline. Robbie running up against Heen. Heen was very strong in that instance and held the Sunderland man off. And the ball is out on the far side for a throw to the Swedes, but Ryan Robbie has made the first incision of this match. Nelson Wenger amongst those watching on. Throw for the Swedes. They play it up towards the halfway line, but de Jong is in the way and interrupts their progress. And now it's with Van Dijk. Van Dijk to Van Hecker. Here is Denzel Dumfries once more. Dumfries was looking to play the ball inside there for a moment, but wasn't really available. He still has it, Dumfries. He's got Marlon outside him now. They play a little 1-2, and Marlon's got beyond his man, got the ball into the box. Gakpo rises, but his header, he was falling back as he rose to head it, and therefore he didn't get any power in the header, and it's an easy collect for Nordfeldt, who now kicks long out of hands. And Dijk is there ahead of Jokeres. There's Frankie de Jong of Barcelona playing the ball to Gakpo, and Fries across, put out of harm's way. Good defending, very good defending indeed by the Swedes, and it needed to be. It was Bernhardsson who put it out of harm's way. It was a lovely ball across, delicious. Gakpo was closing in. Bernhardsson flicked it behind for the corner. Corner on the left. 12th minute. Netherlands 1, Sweden 0 here on the Fresh Score Live audio commentary service in this World Cup Group F clash. Game in this group. Played in the early hours of tomorrow. It comes the corner heading away at the near post. And that's Tunisia against Japan. 5 o'clock in the morning, British time. Ball out on the far side. It's a throw to the Netherlands. It's almost level with the 18-yard area. Plenty of orange shirts in attendance. That's a good turn as well. But they made a good turn. Gakpo couldn't flick the ball. Of play. Graham Potter looking a little nervous, as he might well do, because the Netherlands have started the game much the better. It's his team that need to find a few solutions just now. Here's Heen going into this near side. Goodmanson volleys it forward, and flick the ball up off his boot, but only back into the Netherlands' possession. And they played a lovely ball out towards Gakpo. Lagerbielke was in the way. Managed to fend off that particular attack, but the Netherlands are back in possession on that far side. Here's Frankie de Jong, got runners ahead of him. Played it to his left, recollected it now. Back towards the edge of the centre circle, and Van Dijk. Van Dijk switches it right. Here's Dumfries. Dumfries to Marlon, hugging this right-hand touchline, runs in field. Just lays it off short. Forward come the Netherlands again, poking the ball into the penalty area. Can they keep it in? Reinders is just about, well, he thought he kept it in, down by the byline, but one of the assistants has flagged and said that that's offside, that that's out of play, and in fact Reinders was offside when the ball was headed forward, so that was immaterial in any case. But the Orange Army, who marched to the stadium as is their custom before the game, are in good voice. It's their team who are in front with coming up to 15 minutes played. Netherlands 1, Sweden 0, and the Netherlands good value for that lead. There is Lagerbielke for Sweden. Towards the halfway line, but given away. Here come the Netherlands again. They've got to the edge of the penalty area, still going. Shot came in, but he was put off, was Tajani Reinders. In the end, the ball skewed off the outside of his boot and went behind for a goal kick. Didn't get hold of it at all, really, on that particular occasion. He wanted a corner, but there was no flick off the defender at all. So it remains 1-0. Nordfeldt is indicating to referee Michael Oliver that perhaps the ball has been punctured. Michael Oliver's picked it up and agrees, and therefore dispenses with it from the field of play. They've collected another one, and Sweden will take the goal kick. Forward from Nordfeldt to the far side, but over the head of the intended recipient, who was Bernhardsson. So throw to the Netherlands. It's now at the feet of Paul van Hecker, now of Tottenham. Plays it into a central area of the field. Worked out left again to Mickey van der Ven. Van der Ven is well inside the Swedish half. Frankie de Jong. Now it's come to Daniel Marlon. Dumfries is overlapping, puts it into the middle, and Broby's there again! Brian Broby has doubled his money and doubled the Dutch lead. It's the same combination again. Dumfries' ball in from the right was delicious. And Brian Broby said thank you very much and glanced it wide of Nordfeldt. And the Swedes are in a mess here in Houston. If you're the Swedes, it's very much a case of Houston, we have a problem. And the problem is Brian Broby. Dumfries' ball in is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It actually takes a flick off Goodmanson, which helps Brian Broby and enables him to slot the ball into the back of the net because it slowed the ball down a fraction and made it the timing of his run perfect. So 2 for Broby, 2 for the Netherlands. And the men in orange are firmly in control. We might say at the moment the Swedes are in danger of being tangoed. Those of you that know of a certain carbonated beverage and adverts connected to it in England from a few years ago will know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, certainly if you're an English listener, ask your dad, he'll know. Well, what can Sweden do? They've been pummeled so far. Long ball forward, looking for the run of Gyökeres. Doesn't reach him though, ricochets away from him. And now de Jong has been brought to ground. But look, 10 out of 10 for Ronald Koeman. He played Brian Broby because he wanted a more physical presence up front. Somerville had played really well in the first game for the Netherlands, but he's left him out, played Broby, and Broby has trebled his goal count in a Netherlands shirt. Gone from 1 goal scored to 3 goals scored. He'll remember his night in Houston, that's for sure. Could say it's given his international career something of lift-off. Anyway, here are the Netherlands again. All inside, Frankie de Jong. Just touches it to his right, Denzel Dumfries. Mustn't forget Dumfries' part in those 2 goals. 2 magnificent balls into the box. Just what you want if you're a striker. 2 balls that said, finish me off. And Broby obliged on both occasions. Here come the Netherlands again. They're swarming all over the Swedes. They have it once more. Daniel Marlon on this right-hand side. Little nutmeg of Goodmanson, but Lindelof was behind his compatriot to tidy up before Marlon could get onto it once more. The Netherlands play it all the way back to Verbruggen, who's been, since his save from Gyökeres when the score was 1-0, which might turn out to be quite important. Since then he's been pretty much a spectator. Here's de Jong once more, doing as he did against Japan and regularly dropping into that back line. That has the effect, of course, of releasing the 2 wide midfield players to push further forward, and they've done that to very good effect so far. Graham Potter scribbling some notes, getting ready for the hydration break, which will be coming up imminently. The Netherlands won't want the hydration break, that's for sure. It will break up their momentum that they've built in this contest. They slow the game down momentarily, but here they come again. Thought they might have won a free kick then for a trip, but nothing was given. It was Reinders who went to ground. That one is given for the foul on Dumfries. Still won't have the hydration break as yet because we're not at the midway point of the half. We've got about a minute and a half to go before that happens. The Netherlands have the ball. as they have had for most of the game so far. And Hecker, Frankie de Jong, Roby holds it away from 3 players. He's eventually brought to ground and wins the free kick. That's how much of a handful he is. He's a beast to play against, horrible to play against. You know you've been in a game where you've been up against Brian Brobby. So far they've had no answer to him at all. De Jong with the free kick, swings it out to the left-hand side. Cody Gakpo on the left edge, played it into the box. It's headed away by Lindelof, back in again. Heaton heads it more up than out, still on the edge of the box. And Dyke headed it forward. And there were a few appeals from the Dutch there for handball, as Sweden hooked the ball away, and I think the whistle has gone. And the whistle has gone for a foul on Bernhardsson, so it will be a free kick. But the Swedish fans are looking a little deflated. Well, we've reached the hydration break, I think. The hydration break's been called, and that is the first quarter of the game completely dominated by the Dutch, with the same double act producing both goals. Humphries' ball in from the right, and Broby's close range finish from inside the 6-yard box, which has put the Netherlands 2 to the good. Well, while we're in the hydration break, let me tell you a little bit about the setting of this game. Houston Stadium, 80,000 capacity. It was opened in 2002 as the home of the Houston Texans. It's also home to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, which takes place here. It's twice hosted the NFL Super Bowl, Super Bowl 38 and Super Bowl 51. Both those games won narrowly, in fact, by New England Patriots. The second one against Atlanta Falcons produced the biggest comeback ever in NFL history in a Super Bowl final. They came from 21-3 down to win 34-28 in overtime. But it's not just American football that gets played in this stadium. I discovered that it was also the setting for WrestleMania 25 back in 2007. And as with many of the stadiums in the USA, it's played host to many musical greats over the years. U2 amongst the artists who have played here in the Houston Stadium. Well, Graham Potter has been very engaged with his players in that 3-minute hydration break, hardly surprisingly. It's he's really had to get into them because they've really not been in the game at all. So far, it's not been much of a contest, really. Roby's double strike, and the Netherlands could have had more. Jokeresh did have one sight of goal that was saved by the legs of Verbruggen. The Swedes need to get back into this quickly, otherwise the game could run away from them. I mean, obviously, even if the Swedes lose, they're not going to be out of the competition in any way because of their opening day win, but it will severely affect their hopes of finishing top of the group, which is generally thought to be an advantage on these occasions. Japan, of course, will be well in the argument, you would have thought, particularly if they were to beat Tunisia in the early hours of tomorrow morning, as you would expect they might. That would put the Swedes third in the group ahead of the last round of games, and they will have to play Japan. So they'll be a little worried at this point as we restart after the hydration break. They're building an attack down the right here, though. Can they get a cross in from the right-hand side? Well, they're tempted to do so, but Dutch managed to clear their lines. Back it comes again though. Here's Karlstrom. Playing it out to that far side, down the line. Tempted ball across the box.
Hits the defender and goes out for a throw. It's a good run by Yari.
Into the right-hand channel. Yari, who scored a couple of cracking goals against Tunisia on match day 1. Haven't seen much of him so far tonight. Swedes have an opportunity on the far side now, with a throw about 5 yards from the corner flag on their right. It's gone more up than forward, but the ball is across the box. It's gone behind, off the Swedish foot. Michael Oliver just stopping play to check on the well-being of Victor Lindelof, who, well, what actually happened there was that Karlstrom went to volley the ball towards goal from the cross and hit it into the face of his captain, who so got the ball fully in the face. We're just seeing the offside line for the second Dutch goal, and Robbie was well onside. There's Van Hecker for the Netherlands. Now Virgil van Dijk, de Jong in that deep position just behind the centre circle. Van Hecker now swings the ball from right to left. Lovely take on the chest by Gakpo. Faced by Lagerbielke. He retreats diagonally back towards de Jong. Now Van Hecker, 35 yards out. His pass goes astray. Swing with a chance to come forward, but that's a poor ball from Bernhardsson. Gives the ball straight back to the men in orange. Here they come again with Cody Gakpo running against Lagerbielke. Gakpo still has it. Back to Frankie de Jong. De Jong for Van Hecker, who's well forward. He tries to feed it out to the right. It's intercepted by Alexander Isak. Isak feeds Jokeres. Jokeres into the middle. Oh, Yari made a lovely run into the centre. Tried to take the ball down on his chest. And the ball just escaped away from him. Went behind for a goal kick. Well, that was a good example of a Swedish counter. That was much better. Much better from the Swedes. We need a lot more of that if they're to get back in this contest. Always with Verbruggen. 29 minutes gone. Netherlands 2, Sweden 0. Here at Houston Stadium. Paul Van Hecker to the right of the centre circle. Is Virgil van Dijk. To the far side, the left. Gakpo can't get past his man on this occasion. The Swedes tidy up back to Nordfeldt. Try and build from the back with Heen. Heen uses his goalkeeper. It's just forward of his 6-yard area. Gudmundsson on this left-hand side now. Lays it forward nicely round the corner from Sweden, who come forward all across the box. It's well read though, and put out of harm's way by Mickey van der Ven. Put out on this near side for a throw to Sweden. Nygren leads it for Gudmundsson. Gudmundsson throws to the feet of Lindelof. Lindelof to Nygren, the Celtic man. That's good play by Sweden. Shot comes in. It's flown well wide in the end from a Yari. We've probably seen more from the Swedes since the hydration break than we did in the whole 22 and a half minutes that preceded it. And we've said this so often at the World Cup already, that the hydration break can change the momentum of a game. It can break the momentum of the side that's been dominating, and it can invigorate a side that's been struggling. And since the hydration break, there are signs of that. Here come the Netherlands, though. with Frankie de Jong. Short of halfway line. His right is Van Hecker. Van Hecker to the halfway line. It's played back to Van Dijk. Van Dijk to Van der Ven, all the way back to Bart Verbruggen. That's not a great clearance from Verbruggen. Stays in play on that far side. Gakpo tried to head it on. It's hooked out of play by the Swedes. So it'll be a throw to the Netherlands on that far side of the field. Probably midway inside their own half. The player with the ball in his hand is going to start getting the countdown from the referee if he doesn't throw it in soon. The referee, Michael Oliver's looking at his watch. He's counting him down now. He throws it in. Robbie this time misheads the ball really. Heads it out on the far side for a throw to the Swedes. And throw it straight back into possession of the Netherlands. Van der Ven played it forward. Robbie tried to sort of flick it round the defender, but flicked it too far. And Sweden have picked up possession. 32.5 minutes played at Houston Stadium. Netherlands 2, Sweden 0. Brian Robbie's double. Both assisted by Denzel Dumfries. Played inside by the Sweden. This is better from them. Forward to Gyökeres. Oh, he's got that all wrong. I thought he got the wrong side of Van Hecker. He seemed to completely miss-hit the shot. Isak played him a lovely ball through. He seemed to take it on nicely. His second touch let him down. The ball rolled away from him and then he scuffed it through the legs of Van Hecker. Didn't get any power in the shot. I think he meant to hit it with his second touch and didn't make a clean connection at all, and that made the third touch and the eventual shot so much more difficult. Ball on the halfway line. Here is de Jong and Hecker now. Just slows the game down for a moment. De Jong in the centre circle. Runs through that centre circle and gives the ball out left. Cody Gakpo. Back to Frankie de Jong once more. De Jong just moves away from his man, not wanting to make sort of physical contact, as it were. He has it again, de Jong. He's pulling the strings. Turns from right to left. Lays the ball off short. Van der Ven is well forward. Looking with Gakpo. Gakpo just 10 yards forward of the halfway line. Gives it to de Jong once more. Sweden have everyone behind the ball. Looking to sort of snatch it and spring out, I think, but de Jong plays a ball forward. Oh, it's just too far ahead of Marlon. He made a run. He lost the two blue shirts to the right-hand side of the box. The ball was just too far ahead of him on the stretch as he attempted to volley beyond Verbruggen. If he'd got something on it, it might have been interesting. Here's Heen for the Swedes. Touching it to Lagerbielke. Bernhardsson plays it forward, but Yari isn't going to manage to get onto that. It's out for a throw on the far side. The Dutch left. Graham Potter in earnest conversation with his backroom staff. They're looking for a way back into this contest. Another Dutch player's getting the countdown from Michael Oliver. Just to remind you, if you don't throw the ball in within a certain time, the referee can award the throw in the other way. That's one of the rule changes for this World Cup. Here come the Swedes into the Dutch half. Alexander Isak. That's a good ball from him. Spread to the far side. Bernhardsson up against Van der Ven. Decides not to take him on, and the Swedes retreat again back towards the halfway line. Don't look to be playing with an awful lot of self-belief at the moment, the Swedes. That's a nice little layoff, though. Forward they come here. This is better. Isak on the edge of the box. Shot comes in from Gyökeres. Hauled away by Verbruggen. Not out of play. Back in from the right. Headed away by Frankie de Jong. Well, I said they were lacking a little bit of self-belief, but they engineered a chance there for Gyökeres. And he did test Verbruggen. The shot was fractionally lifted. Certainly helped the Brighton goalkeeper. Made it a nice height for him. If he kept it along the floor, it might have been a tad more difficult. The Dutch had it in the back line. There is Dumfries. Just touches it diagonally for Van Hecker. De Jong, and now Virgil van Dijk. Van Dijk, who often just wears Virgil on the back of his shirt, losing the surname, perhaps as a recognition of the fact that his father abandoned the family when he was a boy. Here come the Netherlands again, ball across the box, away by Lindelof, ball in from the left on that occasion by Gakpo. And here he comes again, Gakpo, trying to weave his way through, and the clearance is not a good one. Falls for Frankie de Jong. Here's Tijani Reinders, and now Daniel Marlon across the box again, headed away by the Swedes, chested down by the Dutch. Gravenberch gets it to Frankie de Jong once more. They work it out to Cody Gakpo. Gakpo takes on Bernhardsson. He's got inside to hit it left-footed. It's a low skidder, but it's really straight at Nordfeldt. It was a side footer. No big problem for the Swedish goalkeeper. He was able to fall on it. Just seeing a replay of the Gyökeres chance at the other end. He's really had both Sweden's opportunities in this first half. To his credit, he's forced saves from Verbruggen with both of them, but Sweden not on the board in terms of goals. Dutch in possession once more. I don't know what the possession stats are, but they must be heavily in favour of the Dutch, you would feel. Very much so at this point. De Jong once more. And Hecker. De Jong again. Mid centre field. It's about 35 yards from goal. Two Swedish defenders in front of him. They work it left, the Dutch. With Gakpo once more. Little burst of speed from Gakpo across the box. Oh, it's just gone beyond Gravenberch. I think Gravenberch came in too far and got caught underneath the ball there. Otherwise, you'd have had a clear header at goal. There were no defenders in attendance. They lost it again, the Swedes. Marlon across and just wide at the far post. Just too far ahead of both Broby and Gakpo. But the Swedes coughed up possession in a really bad area again there. Pressure from Frankie de Jong gave the ball to Daniel Marlon. I think he was caught between a cross and a shot. And if it was a cross, it was too far ahead of his teammates, and if it was a shot, he didn't get the radar right. Well, the Netherlands could be almost out of sight here. They really could. But the threat of Gyökeres and Isak for Sweden remains. If they could get them enough ball, they could get back in the contest. 5 minutes to half time. Netherlands 2, Sweden 0. Here at the Houston Stadium. Sweden on the ball in the Netherlands half, and we haven't said that a lot in this half. It's a Lindelof on halfway. For the Aston Villa man ventures forward. Here's a chance. Ayari! Well, that was a fizzer. That was a good shot from the edge. From Ayari, it's always rising. But Verbruggen's not very happy with his team. He felt that they sat off Ayari, gave the Brighton man the chance to get the shot in. He was worried for a moment, was Verbruggen. He pulled his hand away at the last moment, realising that the ball was rising too high. But Verbruggen knows the threat is there from the Swedes, with Jokeresh, Isak and Ayari. There's definitely a goal in the Swedes, or maybe more than one. So the Netherlands will need to be on the alert if they're going to preserve this 2-goal lead. That said, you have to feel that there are more goals there for the men in orange as well. The Swedish defence has looked very shaky indeed. Here are the Dutch again, and Hecker just inside the Swedish half, right of centre. Little diagonal back to the centre spot where Van Dijk is on duty. Work left to Cody Gakpo. Gakpo gave it short to Van der Ven. Van der Ven to Van Dijk. Here's Frankie de Jong again. He must have had more touches than anybody else, Frankie de Jong, in this first half. Seems to have been on the ball all the time. Ball's come out to this wide area and Denzel Dumfries. He's got Gravenberch with him. Dumfries once more. Just rolls it back to Van Hecker. We must get the impression that the Dutch just don't want to make any mistakes in the run up to half time now, but we've got 2.5 minutes of normal time remaining and we'll have at least 3 because of the hydration break of added time, so 5 or 6 minutes left. Here's Dumfries with another cross, which took a little deflection off Goodmanson, which nearly made it uncomfortable for Nordfeldt. Eventually he got down on the ball on the 6-yard line. He's now being counted down again by Michael Oliver, although I don't know why Nordfeldt would want to delay the game with his side 2 down. He sweeps it to this left-hand side. Lindelof advances over the halfway line, still going Lindelof, and I think he's been brought to ground. He has. It's a foul by Gravenberch. That'll be a free kick. A free kick to the Swedes. Apologies, it wasn't Lindelof on the surge, it was Goodmanson. I should have realised that he was probably moving a little fast for Victor Lindelof. No slur intended, but Goodmanson is quite a bit quicker than his much older teammate. Lindelof, the skipper and experienced head, 78th cap. It's going to be Nygren who's going to take the free kick. Celtic man one arm aloft. And it comes from the left-hand side, delivered in and headed home! Sweden are back in it! And it's Lagerbilk who's got his head onto the ball. Referee has wants a word with Alexander Isak. Is this going to be ruled out, I wonder? Well, Michael Oliver is having a word with Alexander Isak. Ball's come in. Well, it was Lagerbilk offside when he headed it home. Certainly got ahead of the Dutch defence. Got there before Verbruggen, who missed his punch. Ball was headed in. But the suspicion is that Lagerbilk was offside. It's going to be a tight one. And offside has been given. So there's no way back for the Swedes after all. Swedish joy was cut short. The Viking chants have been silenced. And it remains 2-0. Gustav Lagerbilk thought he'd got his 3rd international goal, but it wasn't to be. It's a warning again for the Dutch, and here they come again with Gakpo, who got to the byline and pulled it across. Cleared away by Goodmanson. Isak is out-jumped by Denzel Dumfries, and it's out on this near side for a throw. Well, that offside looked pretty close to me, but they weren't in any doubt. Jared Goulet obviously signalled to Michael Oliver immediately that he checked it. I assume the assistant's flag must have gone up on the far side as well to initially signal an issue with the goal. Here come the Swedes again, though. Centre of the Dutch half. That's good play. Tackle on the edge. That's going to lead to a free kick. Yari's been brought to ground by Dumfries. I thought for a minute that referee Oliver was reaching into his pocket there as well. But maybe not. But this is a nice position for the Swedes, who have done much better since the hydration break. Much better. Well, this free kick is a couple of yards outside the box, and it's probably just under midway between the left-hand edge of the D and the left-hand edge of the penalty area. So it's made for a right footer, really. Jokeresh, Nygren and Isak are all in conversation about it. Dutch have lined up a 5-man wall and they've got a man lying on the ground behind it. That's Donjan Marlon doing those duties. Isak has departed the scene of the free kick. I think it's going to be Jokeresh who is going to have a crack here, the Arsenal man. So it's Victor Jokeresh on the stroke of half-time. Up he comes, Jokeresh, beaten away by Verbruggen. That's the third time in this half that Jokeresh has got a shot on target. Verbruggen has got in the way of it and parried it to safety. So Verbruggen is winning that little battle. But credit to Jokeresh for getting all his shots on target. Throw comes in, headed out to the edge of the area, volley, and volley off target from Nygren. Well, the Swedes have been much better in the second quarter of the game. Much better since the hydration break. You might even suggest that they've been the better team since the hydration break. Their problem is they don't have a goal to show for it, and they were 2 in arrears from the first half of the first half, as it were. Well, they've got another free kick on the far side, a few yards in from the far touchline. Played it down the line. Can they get a ball in from that right-hand side? Bernhardsson attempting to do so, but he's been seen off by Mickey van der Ven, who can play it up to halfway. Intercepted though by the Swedes, who look to come again with a Yari. Shrugged off Van Dijk, couldn't get the ball through to Jokeresh, and Fries was in the way. It's come to Jokeresh now though. It's in the left-hand side of the box. Back to a Yari. Good strike, good save again by Verbruggen. Well, we said that the Dutch deserve to be in front, and I think they do, but even so, 4 decent saves now from Verbruggen. 3 from Jokeresh, and now that one from Yari. That was creeping in. That's the best save of the lot from Verbruggen. A big left hand to pour it round the post. Corner in the last minute of added on time. In it comes, into the centre of the box, flapped away by Verbruggen, and the half-time whistle goes. Well, that was a half of 2 halves, really. The Netherlands dominating the early exchanges. 2 goals for Brian Brobby, brought into the side tonight for his physical presence against the Swedes. On both occasions turning in crosses from the right from Denzel Dumfries, which put the Dutch 2 goals up when the hydration break came. But the Swedes have been much better since. Jokeresh has forced 3 decent saves from Verbruggen, and then a really good stop by Yari right on the stroke of half-time. So some hope for the Swedes as they head for the dressing room, but the Netherlands in control. Netherlands 2, Sweden 0. Join us for the second half shortly. Hey Lucas, I'm just checking whether you can hear me. I've got a problem with my machine at uptime. It just crashed and initially refused to restart, but I've got it going again. So I'm just wondering if you can hear. If you can let me know whether you can hear me, then we can move on from here. Oh, thank you. Phew. Well, welcome back everyone to the second half of our World Cup Group F game between Netherlands and Sweden. The Netherlands 2-0 up at half-time, courtesy of a double strike from Brian Brobby, from crosses from the right from Denzel Dumfries. But Van Verbruggen was quite busy at the other end, keeping out 3 strikes from the Arsenal man Victor Gyökeres, and then a stinging low effort from Yasin Ayari right on the stroke of half-time, which could have brought Sweden back into the contest. We've got a change at half-time for the Dutch, which is going to see the introduction of Crescencio Somerville, who was left out tonight in favour of bringing in Brian Brobby. But Somerville's coming on at half-time for Daniel Marlon, who's been withdrawn. It's going to be the Swedes to kick us off at the start of the second half. They don't appear to have made any changes at all thus far. So they will kick us off at the start of the second period, kicking from left to right now, and we're back underway. Apologies for my slight cough, everyone. Keane plays a ball left for Victor Lindelof. This ball into the Dutch half is scooped forward by Van Hecker. Swedes back in possession though. Bernhardsson, that's a lovely little through ball for Nygren, who steps in onto his left foot. Looked to play the ball through, but Ravenberch was in the way. And now we've got a foul that's been committed on Tijani Reinders by Karlstrom. Karlstrom protests that he got to the ball first. He might well have a point. I'm just seeing pictures, by the way, of an incident in the first half that saw Lagerbilk head into the net for Sweden. He thought he pulled a goal back, but the effort was ruled out for offside, and we're just seeing the confirmation of that offside now. Anyway, the Dutch are back on the ball. They have it with Van Dijk in the centre circle. Just touched to his right. Here's Van Hecker. And Hecker plays it through. Ball in from the right-hand side, dangerously. Scooped up in the air. Reinders tried to turn on it, couldn't do so. Ball was hooked away. Van Dijk picks it up and heads it into the path of Mickey van der Ven. Van der Ven to Van Dijk, and now Frankie de Jong, who pulled the strings for the Dutch through much of the first half. That's a good spin on the edge of the area by Somerville. Across the area by Van Dijk, and in again! The Dutch have scored for the third time. I think it's Gravenberch who got there ahead of Robbie to slot it into the net. And it's 3-0 to the Dutch, and surely whatever Graham Potter said at half-time is out the window now, because the Dutch are marching towards 3 points at the home of the Houston Texans. Again, it's a ball across from Denzel Dumfries. Robbie couldn't apply the finishing touch. In fact, it looks like Gakpo who's got the final touch at the far post. It is indeed Cody Gakpo who stuck the ball home. Roby couldn't quite reach it on this occasion, but Gakpo was ahead of Bernhardsson, and he's poked it into the back of the net. And surely the Dutch are home and dry in the early minutes of this second half. A 22nd international goal for Cody Gakpo on his 52nd appearance. And the Dutch are away and clear. Well, the Swedes now need to make sure that this doesn't get very ugly, because with their last game to come up against Japan, they want to make sure that their goal difference isn't too seriously affected. The 5-1 win they had over the Tunisians on match day 1 will help them, because it means they're still in positive as we stand. But this could get horrible. It really could. Here is Virgil van Dijk. Denzel Dumfries has just been deadly down that right-hand side today. 3 assists for him. Just been an absolute menace to the Swedes. They've really struggled to deal with him at all. Here come the Dutch again. Cody Gakpo trying to get a shot off. The Dutch protesting that he was fouled on the edge of the area, but referee Michael Oliver from England doesn't agree with them on this occasion. But they're running riot here. They really, really are absolutely running riot. It really is becoming a bit of a hammering. Here are the Swedes once more on the halfway line. What can they do? Everything they would have said at half-time about the next goal's crucial, and within 2 minutes you've given away a third goal. All played inside. Here is Ayari. That's a good cross from the right. Doesn't find the head of Gyökeres though. Retrieved on the far side by Goodmanson, who forces a throw. Almost level with the 18-yard area. Netherlands 3, Sweden 0. 5 minutes into the second half. Here at the Houston Stadium, here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Trying to find a way through, the Swedes, trying to find something to cling on to. They have the ball midway inside the Dutch half. There is Heen. Heen now plays it square. Played forward. Looking and probing. Here's Lagerbielk. Bernhardsson on this right-hand side. He puts in a cross from the right. Good cross. And Hecker out to the edge of the area. Lagerbielk heads on. Van Dijk comes across, heads out for a throw on this near side. Caused a little bit of consternation with those balls into the box there, the Swedes. Need to find a goal quickly. Gudmundsson gone across to take the throw. All the Swedes is doing his laces up. Need to pull their socks up here if they're going to get back in the game. Gudmundsson of Leeds. Long throw into the box. Flipped on by Heen. Touched back to the edge of the area. Shot. He's blocked on the edge. It's played forward again, but Gudmundsson can't latch onto it, and it's out for a goal kick. The ball is back in play. Roby couldn't reach that one. Sweden picked the ball up. The Netherlands now quite happy to sit men behind the ball and soak it up. They've got a big cushion here. They will play the Tunisians last, of course, in a game that kicks off at midnight on Thursday, English time, or 12 o'clock midnight, Thursday into Friday. It's the first booking of the game for a foul on the far side. Michael Oliver with his book out for the trip by Gudmundsson on Crescencio Somerville. Those two players, of course, played against each other on the last day of the Premier League season when Somerville's West Ham beat Leeds 3-0, but West Ham were the ones who were relegated. So, some sad news in that particular renewing of acquaintances. Always back with Nordfeldt, with Bruggen, who knocks it long, and it down by the Swedes, who will have to launch again from deep. Here is Victor Lindelof, and now Heen. Heen with a long ball forward, big hoof, looking for the run of Gyökeres, didn't find him, and Hecker was in the way, but it's broken for Bernhardsson, comes inside, thought about a shot on the left foot, didn't let it go. Now here's Isak, he's stumbled on the ball, giving it away to Frankie de Jong. Gravenberch can now run it. The Dutch again. They're on the edge of the penalty area. Shot comes in, it's 4-0. Cody Gakpo. As soon as they gave it away on the edge of the Dutch box, the Swedes were stretched. It was played forward, and Gakpo did the rest. And the Swedes are getting a hiding here at the Houston Stadium. It was Isak's stumble that gave away the ball when they were looking dangerous in the Dutch area. And a matter of seconds later, Cody Gakpo has lashed home a fourth for the Netherlands. 2 for Robbie, 2 for Gakpo. And the Dutch are 4 to the good. Ball was played off to him by Gravenberch. He stepped inside his marker, as is his trademark, and beat Nordfeldt at his near post. Not much chance for the goalkeeper, in truth. Lagerbilt was, he was just left. Turned inside out by Gakpo. Well, the Houston Texans' home is well and truly orange. Substitutions for the Swedes, hardly surprising. Karlstrom and Nygren are off. Lucas Bergvall of Spurs is amongst those coming on. Zanelli is on as well. And Anthony Elanga of Newcastle. But surely it's a bit late. Anthony Elanga, whose father was in the Cameroon squad back in 1998. Didn't play when the Cameroonians were in a tournament where the Cameroonians exited in the group stages. So Elanga has at least got on the field in the last game in this, but he'll have to produce something wondrous to turn this game around. Here he is on the ball, playing it down the left-hand side, played back inside. Here's Bergvall. All 3 substitutes linking up there for a moment. Shot comes in from Ayari. It's once again Verbruggen in the way. It's a good strike from Ayari. In fact, it went over the top of Verbruggen and beat the crossbar. He's not been afraid to have a go, hasn't Yassine Ayari? Just not quite fallen for him. Best for Zanelli, who was one of the subs that came on there. It's his 9th cap. Switched allegiance from Kosovo in 2024 to play for Sweden. Here come the Dutch again, though. Another shot from outside the box, fizzes over the bar. That one from Gravenberch. It's becoming a bit of a shooting gallery for the Netherlands now. I think they all fancy a go. 57 minutes played. Netherlands 4, Sweden 0. I didn't really expect this. I didn't expect the Netherlands to run away with it. It's been a bad night for Graham Potter and his Swedish team. As we said earlier, they didn't win a game in qualifying and yet came through the playoffs. But they started off well with that 5-1 win over the Tunisians, but their defensive frailties have been exposed here. No clean sheet in 13 internationals. It's never a good thing. Here come the Dutch again. Denzel Dumfries on the far side. Tijani Reinders touching the ball off. And Hecker gets a touch. Frankie de Jong back on the ball. Many, many touches in this game. That one broke down. Sweden come forward. It's played through for Elanga. He's got beyond the defence here. Can he finish? Yes, he can. Anthony Elanga has lashed it home for Sweden. And they are at least on the board. Well, he's only been on the pitch a few minutes. And the Newcastle man has made his presence felt. Well, he's well and truly done something that his dad didn't do at the World Cup now. He's got himself on the score sheet on his 32nd cap. His 7th international goal. He's played through, ran beyond the defence, but Verbruggen came out. But Elanga slotted it beyond him with his left foot. And Sweden at least have a goal, which gets them back into positive goal difference as well, which could be crucial come the end of this group. It also means another night when the Dutch haven't kept a clean sheet. That's 6 games in a row now for them. Netherlands 4, Sweden 1 then. The Netherlands have brought on a couple of substitutions while that goal replay was happening. I know I can see Gus Thiel has come on. De Jong and Reinders have gone off. Tien Koopmeiners and Gus Thiel have come on. That means the Dutch have finally got a player on the pitch in this competition who actually plays his football domestically in the Eredivisie, the Dutch Premier League. Hasn't been a single player from the Dutch Premier League on the pitch for them in the game until now. There's only 2 players in the whole Dutch squad who play domestically in the Eredivisie. There's Gus Thiel and the centre forward Wout Weghorst. So at least Thiel is representing his home league now. Well, the Dutch have conceded a goal, but they remain in control. They lead 4-1 as we tick past the hour. They have the ball on the halfway line. Denzel Dumfries gives it back to Verbruggen. Verbruggen had kept well. We couldn't do much about that goal from Anthony Elanga. So the Swedes at last in the stadium have something to cheer about. And Elanga has fed it through again here to Zanelli. Elanga puts a cross in, got very close to Isak. Good defending by Paul van Hecker to keep it away from the Liverpool man. It all of a sudden that goal from Elanga has given the Swedes a little bit of life. He's made a difference since he came on, Elanga, that's for sure. It's going to be a corner to the Swedes. Corner from the right. 4-1 in the 62nd minute. It's going to be taken by Yari of Brighton. One arm aloft. Right-footed outswinger. In it comes to the centre of the area. Headed away by Van Dijk. Headed forward again by the Swedes, but out of play for a goal kick. But Elanga is making a difference. We're just seeing the third Dutch goal again, which confirmed that Gakpo was well onside when he slotted the ball home to make it 3-0. Still scored again, of course, to make it 4. Well, I mentioned Wout Weghorst just now, and there's movement on the bench. Maybe he's going to get thrown into the fray as well. Anyway, here come the Dutch again. They have the ball with Koopmeiners. Giving it to Van der Ven, back to Virgil van Dijk. Played forward by Gakpo. Broby trying to get on the ball again. Just stopped in his tracks by Lindelof's challenge. Robbie smelled a hat-trick there for a minute. Didn't quite happen, not this time anyway. It was his 2 goals early on that really gave the Dutch a control of this game that they've never really released. They have a corner on the left to be taken by Tim Koopmeiners. Swung in left-footed, headed away by Sweden. Comes all the way out to Gravenberch. There's Koopmeiners again, swinging one in from left to right. It's just beyond Denzel Dumfries and out for a throw on the far side. Just a few yards from the corner flag of Sweden in their left-back area. And we're seeing again the miscontrol by Isak in his... And a few seconds later, the ball was in the Swedish net. It was a costly error by Isak, who had a good first game in the tournament. Goal and a couple of assists. He didn't have a great first season at Liverpool. Injury ravaged. Only made 14 league appearances, 3 goals. Crunching challenge by Lagerbilk on Cody Gakpo. Sends the ball out for a throw, thrown down the line. And a foul on one of the Swedish players. Foul by Broby on Heen. Those two have had a very physical battle through the match, and Broby is definitely winning it. Forward come the Swedes to the halfway line with Lagerbilk. It's over halfway. Bergvall Spurs to Lagerbilk. Heen. To Lindelof. Lindelof back to Heen once more. Forward it goes. Isak to Gyökeres. Gyökeres held it up well. His layoff pass didn't find its intended target. Sweden back on the ball though. Here's Isak on the right-hand touchline now, running in field, trying to play a little 1-2. He's got it on the right-hand side of the box, close to the byline, lofts it across. It's behind its intended targets, which means the Netherlands have a chance to clear up the line. Well, they've cleared it to the midway point of the half, and Michael Oliver says a Swedish boot put the ball out for a throw on that far side. Tussle between Ayari and Gus Thiel. Thiel has just won a 3rd Eredivisie title in a row with PSV back in the Netherlands. Still forms a fairly potent front line there with, amongst others, Ismail Saibari, who's been a revelation in this tournament from Morocco. A goal in each of his first 2 games. There's a good ball forward. Robbie is onto it. Right hand side of the box. Flicks the ball backwards, but the flag's gone up. Robbie had made his run too soon. But yes, Teal and Saibari, part of the potent forward line at PSV. Saibari scored 2 fabulous goals for Morocco so far in this tournament. One to get a draw with Brazil, and the other to beat the Scots last night. Apologies to any Scots listening. For the record, I did think the foul on John McGinn was a penalty before Scottish fans then bashed me about the fact they should have got a draw. Here's Alanga down by the touchline, gets round Van der Ven. Beautiful skill from Anthony Alanga. He left Van der Ven out with a washing there. All across didn't come to as much as he'd hoped. It was a lovely piece of skill by Alanga. He actually almost Rabona kicked it through Van der Ven's legs. Well, he's been very dynamic since he came on. The Swedes come again with Isak. Little back heel. Looks to set up Zanelli. The Dutch clear. I think the Dutch have gone into defensive mode, which has given the Swedes the chance to come forward, try and improve the situation a little bit in the game. I don't think they can get back in it from 4-1 down, but I suppose weirder things have happened in football. Another cross in from the left, goes right across the goal. I think Verbruggen might well have been given a shout by one of his defenders there, because he let the ball travel across the goal. It went out behind for a goal kick. Well, that signals the hydration break in this second half. The Netherlands, who led at half-time through Ryan Brobby's double, found themselves 3 up soon after half-time with Cody Gakpo's close-range finish. And then Gakpo scored a 4th on the counter-attack after Alexander Isak had miscontrolled the ball in the Dutch penalty area. 3 passes later, the ball was in the Swedish net again. But Anthony Alanga has come on to pull a goal back for the Swedes and at least give them something to hold on to for the rest of the game, while they take their hydration break. Let me mark your card as to some games coming up on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in the next little while. We've got Germany against the Ivory Coast, which follows on fairly shortly after the end of this game. That kicks off at 9 o'clock British time this evening. My colleague Jack Nixon will take you through that game. And then we've got 3 games tomorrow. Spain against Saudi Arabia at 5 o'clock British summertime. And then Belgium against Iran at 8 o'clock with Fergal Brennan and Jack Nicholson's back on duty again for Uruguay against Cape Verde at 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. Cape Verde, of course, who got that very memorable draw against the Spaniards in their opening match, a game which has propelled their goalkeeper into World Cup folklore. So join Jack Nixon for that particular game. It's a little cloudy in Houston this evening, and it's certainly cloudy for the Swedes, trailing by 4-1 in this Group F encounter. It's the Orange Army who are the ones in good voice. The Swedes trying to raise their side though. Still a few yellow and blue flags waving. Koeman will be pretty happy with where his side is at. He's about to introduce the Dutch's all-time leading goal scorer, Memphis Depay, who's going to come on from Ryan Brobby. Brobby takes his leave, having well and truly done his job. Memphis Depay is on. Memphis Depay, leading goal scorer in Dutch history, 55 goals. He's also the leading Christian in the group, apparently. He led Bible studies at the last World Cup that were attended by 15 of his teammates, including Cody Gakpo. He's got some tattoos emblazoned on his torso to that effect, including one of Christ the Redeemer, apparently. So, definitely a colourful character in many respects, Memphis Depay. We're back underway after the hydration break, and that'll be a free kick to Sweden for a foul in the centre of the Dutch half. It's Yari who's been brought down by Gakpo. So here is a free kick. It's almost exactly midway inside the Dutch half and in a very central area, perhaps fractionally left of centre, lofted into the penalty area, headed away by the Dutch. I believe that was Dumfries doing the clearing. Throw level with the 18-yard area for the Swedes. Long into the area, headed away again by the Dutch. Comes the Bergvall. It's a good ball back out to the left-hand side. Fed down the line. Heen keeps it in by the byline. Plays the ball backwards to Zanelli. Zanelli into the box. Headed away once more by the Dutch, who was standing firm, and there was a push in the penalty area on Van de Ven, so that will lead to a free kick for the Dutch, who lead by 4-1 with 16 minutes of normal time. That's whatever is out. We lost you for a moment again there, I believe. But we're back with you. Here come the Dutch once more on the edge of the Swedish penalty area. It's a good strong challenge though. And the Swedes clear to the halfway line. Played inside by Jokeres. Good play by him. Yari's allowed that ball to get away from him though. And the Dutch are onto it once more. Gravenberch in the centre of the pitch is pulled back. Pulled back by Yari, who will go into Michael Oliver's book. Seemed like a fairly unnecessary foul by Yari on Gravenberch. Swedes had plenty back. I don't think there was any need for that, really. It was quite impetuous from the Brighton man. Silly as well, because 2 yellow cards in this tournament leads to a suspension. That is his first, so he does have one up his sleeve, but I don't want to be giving away, well, giving up yellow cards unnecessarily. Nicky van der Ven just inside the Swedish half, back to the halfway line, tucked forward, swung out to the far side, nicely taken in by Crescencio Somerville, faced by Goodmanson. Laid it back to Denzel Dumfries. Here's Paul van Hecke. And Hecke halfway inside the Swedish half. To his left is Van der Ven. There's Cody Gakpo. Van der Ven's continued his run, but gets his feet in a mess. Just trying to cross it from the left and just whacked it with his left foot into the boards behind the goal. It's not what he intended to do. He wasn't shooting. He just got his feet in something of a mess. So it remains 4-1. 76 minutes played. Forward by Sweden, headed on by Alexander Isak, but only to Virgil van Dijk, his Liverpool teammate. Isak, of course, up against three of his Liverpool teammates in this game in the shape of Van Dijk, Gravenberch and Gakpo. And it's those in the majority for Liverpool who are having the better of this. Here's Isak again, Anthony Elanga, who's made a difference since he came on. Can he get a cross in from the right? He can. Skims off the head of Van Dijk to the edge of the penalty area. Isak has it. Now Lucas Bergvall. Back to Isak again. Isak to the right of the penalty area. Gets it across. Stabbed away by Van Hecker. Not very far. Gyökeres trying to hit it on the turn. Can't manage to turn. And now the referee's whistle's gone for a shirt pull, which will get the Netherlands out of a slightly sticky situation and win them a free kick. Glum Swedish faces in the crowd. It was Depay winning the free kick. Little pull on the shirt. And Potter not impressed with that decision, I don't think, or maybe he was just irritated at his player. Again, perhaps doing something they didn't need to do. I guess when you've been caught out by one counter-attack goal, you perhaps tend to do things that you shouldn't. Here are the Dutch again on the right-hand side, but it's a poor cross this time. Goes behind the goal for a goal kick. So the Dutch moving towards the last 32. They will be in a strong position tonight. 4 points will certainly take them into the last 32. Should have also told you that the 4 goals tonight have taken them beyond 100 goals in their World Cup history, well, the World Cup final history. They only needed 2 when they started this evening, so they got those and some more. Started off on their 2nd century. But, so they're in a strong position. Another substitution for the Swedes has seen Taha Ali come on, the 27-year-old winger, just his 3rd cap. He's made his debut back in 24, but only 1 cap since. He was born in Sweden after his parents fled the civil war in Somalia. So he's onto the field. And here come the Swedes on that left-hand side. And it is Taha Ali playing into a central area. Isak tried to poke it through for Elanga, but Van Hecker and one of his central defensive partners did enough to clear it over the far side for a throw. Thrown in by the Swedes to Heen, and here's Bergvall. Well, that's straight from him. Poor pass. Gives the Dutch a chance to surge forward again with Somerville. Oh, very nearly threaded that through for Depay. The famous bandana of Memphis Depay. Here's Elanga at the other end, but he's stopped by Van der Ven. And that's a strong challenge. And one of the Dutch players, Michael Oliver's given a free kick. It's Bergvall that was penalised for the challenge. It was high on Cody Gakpo. Yeah, that's not a good challenge at all by Bergvall. He's got away without a card, I think, because Michael Oliver didn't brandish one. My apologies, he's just shown a yellow to Bergvall. I assume that VAR probably looked at it to decide whether it was worth an upgrade to red. I don't think it was. I don't think it was as bad a challenge as that. So I think the correct decision has been reached there in every sense. And he's played back into the centre circle. Dutch building again from the back slowly. Or Van Hecker exchanges passes. Dutch launch one forward long. Gakpo has pulled it down nicely on the edge of the penalty area, but flag's gone up against him for offside. It's going to be a free kick to the Swedes. Time running out here in the Houston Stadium. 81 minutes played. Netherlands 4, Sweden 1. Just dinked away by Nordfeldt, Swedish keeper. He's not really had any chance with any of the 4 goals. You can't really blame him for any of them. He's bundled over near the dugouts to give the Swedes a free kick, which Lagerbilk takes quickly. Langer picks himself up. He's timed as the second quickest player on the pitch today. Ricky van der Ven being the quickest. So pretty much up against each other at the moment, so looks for a lively scenario. You might see another tussle between them here because Elanga's on the ball. Van der Ven goes back with him. Elanga across the box. He got too much on that. Overhit it. Just skids right through the area. Sails right through the area. Goes out for a throw on the far side. Throw to the Netherlands. Ronald Koeman, in conversation with his backroom staff, I said he played every minute of the 1994 campaign in the US for the Dutch before they went out 3-2 to the eventual winners Argentina. Of course, the Dutch qualified for that tournament by eliminating England from the competition in a very controversial match in Holland, where he wasn't sent off for a pullback on David Platt when Platt was through on goal, and having escaped the red card, he lashed in what proved to be the winning goal from a free kick shortly afterwards. It was a scenario that left English fans pretty sore at the time, and it's left painful memories for those of us old enough to have witnessed it. Headed away by Sweden once more to the halfway line, and Hecker headed it forward, but only to a Swedish foot. Here they come again. Elanga, who's switched over to the left-hand side for a moment. Here is Ali. Ali back to the edge of the area. Heen will try a shot. It's a good save by Verbruggen. That's a really good. That was a beauty from Alexander Isak. He was aiming for the top corner, and Verbruggen dived across and palmed it away with his right hand. Without Verbruggen, the Dutch would have conceded more than the 1 goal tonight, that's for sure. Here's Elanga putting a ball in from the corner, heading away to the edge of the area. Zanelli will try a shot. It's on target. It's an easy one for Verbruggen on this occasion. But yes, without Verbruggen, Sweden could have scored many more than the 1 that they have. The Dutch obviously scored 4 at the other end. For a moment there, it looked like there might be a problem for Virgil van Dijk. As I indicated earlier, he's just got Virgil on the back of his shirt. He's got up limping a little. There might be a thigh issue here for Virgil van Dijk, and that won't be good for Ronald Koeman. That would be a sting in the tail of what's otherwise been a very good night here at the Houston Stadium. Bruggen's attempted clearance is charged down by Gyökeres. Referee Oliver says the clearance has got to happen again. The Swedes are saying, well, what was the problem with trying to charge it down? Gyökeres is making his point very forcibly to Michael Oliver, and he might talk himself into a booking if he's not careful. Anyway, it's a free kick to the Dutch, which Verbruggen takes. Headed on by Gakpo, but out of play on this near side, not far from the dugouts. Throw in taken by Lagerbilk. Back to Heen. Heen to Lagerbilk. All the way back to Nordfeldt. Well, the Swedes will have to get themselves together again for the challenge of Japan on, late on Thursday evening into Friday morning here in the UK. You can hear both concluding games in this group on Flash Score. I'll be on the game between the Dutch and the Tunisians, which is probably a good reason to tune into Sweden and Japan. But there we are. There is Lindelof, just flagging to the right of the penalty area, and Lagerbilk, who steps inside the challenge of Gakpo, fires it up to the halfway line. Gyökeres does well, and they work it onto the left-hand side for Anthony Elanga. Links up well with Gyökeres. Elanga tried to play it into the penalty area for Isak, and the Dutch foot intervened and broke up the attack. I was a little bit surprised there that Elanga didn't try and have a shot from the edge of the penalty area, because he was well positioned to do so. Instead, he tried to find Isak, and the momentum of the move was gone. There's just 3 minutes left now, 3 minutes of normal time here in the Houston Stadium. Netherlands 4, Sweden 1. We can safely say the Netherlands have got the points, unless something very strange happens. Here's Ali. Ali's got to the byline. Oh, he fizzed it across far too hard. There are 5 players in the box there. If he dinked it into the penalty area, somebody might have been able to get on the end of it. So the final pass, the final piece of decision making, not great there from the 27-year-old. Koeman, dressed in a t-shirt and slacks. He's pretty laid back about the whole thing. That's what he might, with his team in full control. He will be aware, though, that they've given up quite a lot of chances at the back. They'll have to be defensively tighter than they've been tonight to progress further in the competition. Here come the Dutch again. Crescencio Somerville on the edge of the area, and that's 5! The Dutch have a fistful, and Somerville has scored for the second game running. He's come off the bench, dealt with being left out, having scored in the first game, and he's put the final nail in the Swedish coffin. Crescencio Somerville has made it 5-1 and capped a good night here in Houston for the Netherlands. Blows a kiss towards the skies. I'm not sure what the significance of that would be. Everything looks onside here. Somerville picked it up. He had 2 defenders in front of him, one of whom was Lindelof. But he found the room to get the shot off. Although Nordfeldt died to his right, he was never getting it. It's a really good finish by Somerville into the side netting of the goal. And the Netherlands have racked up 5. Blows a kiss to the camera. Well, he's had a dynamic start to life in international football as Crescencio Somerville. Very, very much so. That's his second international goal. That's only his 4th cap. You can't start much better than that. And that's really made it a miserable night for Graham Potter and his side. They've had chances, but defensively they've been torn to shreds. Bergvall is fouled just short of the halfway line. Into 5 minutes of stoppage time. I think the Swedes would like those 5 minutes to be over right now. Well, they won their first game 5-1, and it's like they're going to lose the second by the same score. At least it means their goal difference will be even, and they will have scored 6 goals, which gives them a fair chance of progressing even if they lose to Japan Here comes Jokeres, trying a shot from the edge, which is blocked by the boot of Paul van Hecker. It was on the left-hand side again for the Swedes. There is Ali. Ali into the area. Gudmundsson gets it across, but doesn't get enough angle on the cross, and Verbruggen is there to collect it. And we're seeing the last Dutch goal again. Ball was played forward to during that move, and there was a suspicion of offside, but the replay showed clearly that it wasn't. The Swedes try and run the ball out of defence and only succeed in giving away a free kick. Cody Gakpo has got some ice on an arm, having come off late in the game, so they'll be hoping that that's nothing serious in any way. The Dutch have it in the centre circle. Played back to Van Hecker. Forward to Denzel Dumfries, who has had a wonderful game on that right hand side. He was out of play for a Dutch throw. Dutch fans in full voice. They're going to be noisy tonight in Houston, that's for sure. They're going to enjoy this one. Have something of a party. Gudmundsson has gone off to be replaced by Stroud, Elliot Stroud, on for just his third cap. His debut in the friendly with Greece immediately prior to this championship. Somerville has the ball down by the corner flag, and he's managed to run the ball out of play. Somerville's gone down by the corner flag. One of the Swedes is attending to him, so they want some attention for Somerville. Looked fairly innocuous when he first went down, but I think after he went down, the Swedish defender was trying to recover his ground to the ball, and he's probably inadvertently got a knee into the head of Somerville, so probably scrambled him a little. We're playing the death throes of this game. Just seeing the celebration again from Crescencio Somerville. He sort of put his hands together and put them to one ear, almost as if to say, out of the contest before that, but they certainly are now, that's for sure. Anyway, Sweden. One last attack, perhaps, in the last minute of stoppage time. It's Ali coming across, trying to get onto his right foot, but isn't allowed to do so. Till steps in his way, and I thought the referee had blown there for a minute, but Bergvall's allowed to continue. And then gets in a challenge. Bergvall picks it up again on this right-hand touchline, plays it to Jokeres. Jokeres turns away from a challenge, in by Lagerbilk, and spooned over his own bar by Van Dijk to lead to a corner. Well, this will be the last act, I would imagine. There's 10 seconds of stoppage time remaining. Crescencio Somerville is still down off the pitch at the other end of the field. May well be concussed by that knee he got in the face. Put him out of the next game if that's the case. In comes the corner, headed towards goal, saved by Verbruggen. Lagerbilk with the header. The referee may blow when Verbruggen kicks the ball out of his hands. He may bring this Group F encounter to an end, and indeed he does so. Well, a rousing night for the Netherlands, who have liftoff for their World Cup campaign here in Houston. The first half double from Brian Broby was matched by a brace in the second half from Cody Gakpo to make it